also worth mentioning, we do apparently have a full moon. We can't detect any terminator at all. It looks like full limb all the way around.
And Jackie, we got Jeremy on there just for a minute before his PAO event. He's just got to look at this. As soon as I put my hands on the 400, it's just, you know, I'm not one for hyperbole, but it's the only thing I could come up with. Just seeing Tycho, there's mountains to the north. You can see Copernicus, Rainier Gamma. It's just everything from the training, but in 3 dimension and absolutely unbelievable. This is incredible.
Kathy Moonjoy.
And Houston, I can tell you that Christina now has the 400 millimeter, and she also is the queen of hyperbole. It's incredible.
Wow.
Kathy, Christina doing her best read impression at the window.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one kind of correction to what I mentioned before. I do think that we have a terminator. It is on the far western edge. It's not actually a limb. It's on the terminator all along what it's basically almost in the same places where you would imagine the limb to be, but it's very high albedo as you would expect from the far side, and you can see the topography all along the terminator. It's awesome. Houston, integrity for altitude reference change moment.
Go ahead.
Jackie, with that incredible viewing behind us of our destination in the near term, we hereby change our DU PFD altitude reference from Earth to Moon. We are currently 76,362 nautical miles from the Moon. And from Earth, we had been 168,000 nautical miles.
Houston, copies.
This is Mission Control Houston coming to you live from the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. We are at a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 17 hours, 11 minutes and counting, and you are seeing live views from the Orion spacecraft's solar array wings cameras of the moon. Currently, the Orion spacecraft is about 213,000 miles and counting away from the Earth and about 65,000 miles away from the moon. As mentioned, we are at a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 17 hours, 12 minutes and counting, and we are now seeing live views that have been switched up of our crescent blue marble, our home planet. Later today, when we get to a mission elapsed time of 4 days, 6 hours, and 2 minutes and counting, we actually will enter the lunar sphere of influence. That is when the gravitational pull from the moon is stronger than that of Earth. That's actually how Orion is able to do its free return trajectory around the moon. Now, the crew will be actually waking up in just under 12 minutes from now. And the focus for this upcoming flight day is a detailed flight test objective on the Orion crew entry and survival suits. They will do basic operations in their pressurized suit, such as eating, drinking, taking pills, etc., so we can learn more from this test flight. The team will also be practicing for entry day suit up procedures rather. So hopefully we get great views and a lot of looks at those orange flight suits that we saw during launch. We will continue to keep you updated, but we are standing by for crew wake in just over 11 minutes and counting. For now, this is Mission Control Houston.
Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. This is Apollo 16 astronaut Charlie Duke. John Young and I landed on the moon in 1972 in the lunar module we named Orion. I'm glad to see a different kind of Orion helping return humans to the moon as America charts the course to the lunar surface. Below you on the moon is a photo of my family. I pray it reminds you that we in America and all of the world are cheering you on. Thanks to you and the whole team on the ground for building on our Apollo legacy with Artemis. Godspeed and safe travels home.
This is Mission Control Houston in the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. You recently heard today's wake-up call to the Artemis II crew aboard the Integrity spacecraft, marking the start of Flight Day 5 activities. The song you heard was Working Class Heroes or Work by CeeLo Green, as well as a message from the Apollo 16 astronaut Charlie Duke. As I've reported earlier in this shift today during Orbit 3, today is the day the spacecraft enters the lunar sphere of influence. This happens during the crew's pre-sleep period at a mission elapsed time of 4 days, 6 hours, 2 minutes, and 51 seconds. What a great message to kick off their day. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston in the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. At a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 17 hours, 56 minutes, and counting, we are continuing to provide you live coverage of the Artemis II mission. The crew was woken up about 30 minutes ago, and this morning's wake-up song that you may have heard is Working Class Heroes or Work by CeeLo Green, and we also had a message from Apollo 16 astronaut Charlie Duke. Towards the end of today's flight day, the spacecraft enters the lunar sphere of influence. That's during the crew's sleep. The lunar sphere of influence essentially means that the moon's gravitational pull is stronger than that of the Earth. That gets us closer and closer to flight day 6, which is when the crew will conduct the lunar flyby. Currently, Orion is 215,000 miles away from the Earth and 64,000 miles away from the moon. The Orbit 1 team has recently arrived on console, and we continue to conduct our handover activities. We'll continue to also provide you with real-time updates, but for now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. We are coming to you live with our 24/7 continuous coverage. At a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 18 hours, 11 minutes, and counting, the crew was woken up just not too long ago. The Orbit 1 team has come on console, and we are conducting handover activities as we speak. We'll continue to follow operations here in Mission Control. I'm Nilofer Ramji, and going to be handing over now to our Orbit 1 commentator, Leah Cheshire Mustachio. She'll take you through the next few hours as we kick off Flight Day 5 of the Artemis 2 mission. And later, our Orbit 2 commentator, Anna Schneider, who will know, she'll know when the crew enters the lunar sphere of influence. So really exciting day ahead, but for now, we leave you with live views from the Orion spacecraft of our moon.
Go ahead, Reed. Good morning.
Hey, Mike, you all can access PCD1. I did compose quite a large number of emails yesterday, so I've tried a couple different ways, including the mission summary notes, to salvage those, and then I'll just hope that we have some success today. But go ahead and get on PCD1 and let us know when we can have it back.
All right, Reed, we will put in work right now, so we're going to hop on PCD1. It was great working with all of y'all. I'm handing over here to Jams shortly, and this is my last shift here with y'all, so it's been a great pleasure. Y'all are doing awesome, and can't wait to see y'all back stateside.
Thanks, Mike. Absolutely excellent. If you want to do one final count check, we can switch over to any OE that you want. We can do as many as you want. And then one parting word, if you could please contact Frank Rubio and have him tell my kids to start emailing the other crew members here so that I can at least talk to them. That would be a huge, huge help. Thank you.
Hey, Reed, that's a simple thing. I'll make sure it gets done. Have a good one.
Mike, integrity, comm check.
Christine, I got you loud and clear. How about me?
Yeah, buddy, we have you the same. It's been great working with you. Thank you for all the help and support.
For sure. Y'all have been amazing. I've loved every minute of it.
Good morning, good afternoon, happy Easter to all of you who celebrate, and welcome to the Artemis Mission Control Room here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are starting Flight Day 5. The astronauts just woke up at 11:05 a.m. Central Time. Currently, the teams are handing over from Orbit 1 from the Orbit 3 team to the Orbit 1 team led by Jeff Radigan here in Mission Control. It's going to be a busy day for the crew with their Ox suit demo in which they will be donning their spacesuits rapidly as if they were in an emergency. Currently, Orion is over 63,000 miles away from the moon. 215,000 miles away from our home planet Earth. We are MET, mission elapsed time, 3 days, 18 hours, and 28 minutes.
6:30. If you can give us an early go to deconfigure .camera, I'll set up the HHP.
Hey, give us a couple minutes. We're going to send a few commands to get that docking camera ready, and we'll come right back here shortly to let you know.
Sounds good, Mike.
Integrity crew, you are go to shut down the docking cam.
Good day, Jenny, and thanks.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, with a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 18 hours, and 56 minutes since the launch of Orion and our Artemis II crew. However, we are entering flight day 5. The crew woke up at 11:05 a.m. Central Time to the song Working Class Heroes by CeeLo Green. They are now in their post-sleep period. We've heard from them just a little bit, but we will do so more throughout the day. During post-sleep, the crew has an opportunity to reconfigure the cabin for their day's activities. They get to perform any hygiene activities as well as eat some breakfast. On the menu today includes vegetable quiche, granola, almonds, scrambled eggs, granola with blueberries, dried pears, and apples with spice. A reminder that we don't have refrigeration on Orion, so all of the meals that are being flown are rehydrated using the potable water dispenser. Each package of food lists how the astronauts are to fill up with water, what temperature, and for how long or what amount of water that they will need to rehydrate that food. There's also a small food warmer about the size of a briefcase and can heat food up to 155 degrees Fahrenheit.
Integrity crew, we are rolling Orion by 20 degrees to improve optical comm.
Those communications you just heard called to the crew were from Capcom Jenny Gibbons. She is a Canadian Space Agency astronaut and backup Artemis II astronaut. She'll be the voice you hear speaking with the crew from the ground today. That information was about the optical communications system, letting the crew know that they are going to maneuver the spacecraft to get better pointing for that optical communications. This OPCOM system allows the team to transmit science data, procedures, flight plans, communications, and more as a link between Orion and Mission Control. These are laser communications, so they use infrared light rather than traditional radio waves, and that allows more data to be sent.
You are welcome to come on board.
Copy, Christina. We are on board with you. Thank you.
You're looking at a live view inside the Orion spacecraft, now just 61,919 miles away from the moon, the destination of this flight and where they will arrive for the flyby tomorrow. We are now 1 day, 5 hours, and 21 minutes from the astronauts' pass behind the moon, which you're getting a great view of from this exterior camera on one of the spacecraft's solar array wings. As we get a live look inside the cabin, closest to the camera, NASA astronaut Christina Cook, and behind her, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, his first flight to space. We are entering flight day 5. The crew is still in their post-sleep period and configuring the spacecraft for the day's events. Teams on the ground are collecting information that they will relay up to the crew during their daily planning conference. That daily planning conference should start about 15 minutes from now, when the team will relay up any conversations necessary to let them know about the status of the spacecraft or the day's activities. As you heard, the teams on the ground sent commands to maneuver the spacecraft for better optical communication opportunities. The solar arrays are also in motion, moving to sun track position, allowing them to charge the batteries aboard the spacecraft. Taking a look at the events for Flight Day 5, tonight, while the crew is in their pre-sleep portion, they will enter the lunar sphere of influence. This is the point where the pull of the moon's gravity will be stronger than the pull of Earth. It'll be a full day for the crew, starting with a test of their spacesuits. You probably recall seeing them launch in those iconic orange spacesuits. These are the Orion Crew Survival System. We also refer to them as OCS. These protect the crew during launch and re-entry, but they're also designed to be used in an emergency. They can provide the crew member wearing it with a breathable atmosphere for up to 6 days if Orion were to depressurize. Of course, as this is the first flight of crew aboard Orion, this is the first time humans have worn these suits in space, so this crew is testing their ability to quickly don or put on the suits and pressurize them. They will also then install their seats and get into those seats while wearing the suits. They'll take a moment to eat and drink through a small port on the spacesuit's helmet and conduct other tests while suited. We expect to hear from the crew quite a lot during that OCS suit demo. We anticipate they'll be opening the microphone and talking down to earth frequently. After the OCS suit demo today, the crew will enjoy their midday meal closer to 6:30 p.m. Central Time. Once midday meal is complete, the crew will then have the OTC-3 burn this evening. That's Outbound Trajectory Correction Burn 3. If you recall, we previously canceled the first 2 outbound trajectory correction burns. These are small maneuvers to help keep the spacecraft in line with their trajectory around the moon and for their splashdown back home. At this moment, teams are planning to continue with today's outbound trajectory correction burn.
integrity. Can we start using PCD1, or are they still using it?
And Reed, you are go to use PCD1, but we are still updating Outlook, so everything but email is go. And Reed, while I have you, I wanted to let you know that we are not receiving the video stream anymore.
Hey, Jenny, how's that?
That's super. Thank you.
A great look at life inside Orion as the crew members prepare their day. Again, we're standing by for their DPC, their daily planning conference. In about 7 or 8 minutes, they'll speak with teams on the ground to discuss the day's timeline, any vehicle status updates, or any updates from the crew. There in the bottom of your screen, Commander Reed Wiseman brushing his teeth. Immediately upon wake up and before the astronauts brush their teeth or exercise, they are asked to take a saliva collection. Saliva provides a unique window into human immune system functions in a deep space environment. So dry saliva is collected before, during, and after the mission. The crew blots it onto special paper in pocket-sized booklets.
Go ahead.
Yeah, low priority. Can you please tell me a good stow location for the 2 lens caps? I looked up lens cap in the packing plan and wasn't able to find anything. Thanks for the help. Low priority.
Copy, Christina. IVA is looking at it.
As we've seen throughout the mission, the crew will call down when they need to find something or when they need to store something. Everything aboard the spacecraft is tracked so it can be easily accessible or easily stowed and found later.
We wanted to kick off our Easter Sunday by honoring our crewmate, Jeremy Hansen. We have a long-standing tradition in the astronaut office of the traditional astronaut pin, and when you fly in space, you change from silver to gold. And so we figured today was a perfect day to honor our friend, Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen, with his flown astro pin. Wow, that sounds like it took a lot of people to make this little representation that we have in the office, this tradition, come to reality for me. So a lot of gratitude for all those people. It's a pretty special experience. Thanks for doing this, guys.
Congratulations.
Well deserved. It's an honor to fly with you, Jeremy, and to be here when you get your gold astronaut wings. We wanted to take a minute to commemorate the holiday that we have. This time of year is something that many religions and many cultures hold dear. It's a time of emotions such as joy, as well as solemnness, honoring what's going on both in our world and in our religious beliefs. Another aspect of that is our family traditions, and I know for me, if I was on the earth right now, I would be with my family in Houston, the Monte Rosas, and we would be hiding confetti eggs in the backyard and watching two very sweet little girls go try to find them. So to commemorate that on board, we did hide a few eggs around the cabin. They were the dehydrated scrambled egg variety, but we're all pretty happy with them.
That's wonderful. We'll keep an eye out.
Yes, first I wanted to just say happy birthday to my father, Victor Glover Sr., and happy Easter to everyone down there on Earth. And with that, I will pass it off to Jeremy.
Thanks, Victor. Happy Easter, everyone. We're talking up here as a crew, and we did want to send a special Easter message on this day. And, no matter your faith or religion, for me, the teachings of Jesus were always a very simple truth of love, universal love. Love yourself and love others. And something for us being up here and looking back at all of you through one tiny window is that just resonates 100% true. And our goal as humanity should be to just follow in that example. There were many examples in the past, but that's one example of love that we can just all follow in those footsteps, and it'll serve us well.
And with that, Houston, we are eager and ready to start our exciting day of suit offs with you all. And we don't have any specific comments yet, but ready to hear what you've got for us.
Thank you, Integrity. A lot of gratitude for that message down here, and it's wonderful to see Jeremy get that pin. So thank you for sharing with us. Today is a big day. We're all tracking that down here, as I'm sure you are up there. Today, let's take our time. We will remember that slow is smooth and smooth is fast. While you are suited, we plan to have you voxed unless you request otherwise, and we will be silencing caution and warning from the ground. I have a few procedure deltas for you when you are ready. Copy, thumbs up. Today, during your suit up, we would ask that you cap the gas trap after all 4 crew members are connected to cooling. Read, there is a delta in your controlled depress to tend to init and term activities. Those are coming later today, so when it does come to it, you will be skipping the instruction to update the PPO2 max set point for flammability reasons. We will remind you with the instruction number when we get to those activities. Copy, thumbs up. We also expect that you will open visors 3 times today. When you do, for every one of those openings, you will use the instructions that you have in your daily summary, the first point, and that will override eProc and vent overboard. Again, we will remind you as needed. Today, I want to give you a refresher on your bold face for loss of suit ventilation while visors are down. Today, we are running on Scrubber ARS Fan 1. Call me back if you want to run through that memorized response. Otherwise, I'll take your thumbs up.
We just went through a quick brief up here. We think we're good. Thank you.
Copy. We also will have a summary from our administrator's interview and comments. Those will be uplinked to you in a crew message. The goal is to have that available for you after the DFTO. Around that point, before your midday meal, we're also planning another sync. We have a couple of other items for you, but we will pass them after the DFTO. They're for the remainder of the day. Finally, you can stow the lens caps, Christina, in F1 large AGA general use brown label.
F1 Brown, thank you.
Copy. That's all we have for you. We are ready to support you, and I'll take any questions or comments you have for me.
Okay, just two things on Avatar today for Huntsville. All lights except 15 and 16 were illuminated. Jenny, one question on the cap for the gas trap. You said to cap it after 4. Is that also after the 5 minutes have passed after the fourth crew member has connected?
Good words, Christina. After the fourth crew member and 5 minutes have passed since that connection.
Copy all.
And Christina, Huntsville copies the Avatar call. Thank you.
Great. Good Artemis morning, Huntsville. And Jenny, blanket statement for today. If you need adjustments to the view, please just ask real time as soon as you need them, even if it goes away. Unless we've told you that we are turning it off, we intend to be streaming with a good view for y'all.
Copy. Thanks for letting us know.
Houston Integrity for docking cam.
Go ahead.
Is it okay with you if we keep the docking cam on the docking hatch window for today, at least for the morning?
Yep, that should be fine. Thanks, Christina.
After waking up at 11:05 a.m. Central Time today and entering their post-sleep period, the crew has just completed their DPC, their Daily Planning Conference. The Daily Planning Conference started with Canadian Space Agency astronaut receiving his gold astronaut pin. This is the first flight for Hansen, and therefore his pin, which is received upon graduating from astronaut candidate training, that is a silver pin that is given. When you become an astronaut and have flown into space, you receive a gold pin. In honor of the Easter holiday, the crew admitted they also hid some scrambled eggs around the cabin as prepared by the food lab here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, and offered some thoughtful words on the holiday as well as Victor Glover's father's birthday. Teams on the ground, especially Capcom Jenny Gibbons, provided some information about today's Ox suit demo and some changes to the procedures that they currently have. We confirmed that they will be opening their microphones and we will be able to hear throughout that Ox suit demo, as well as hopefully continue to receive good views inside the cabin.
Houston integrity for an undergarment reminder.
Go ahead.
Hey, James, remind us, these are our entry undergarments, but we do have an additional mag on top of the one we will wear today. Is that correct?
Affirm.
integrity, AGA readings when ready.
Ready.
Good morning, Jenny. You have a CO2 2.6, O2 20.7. Cabin pressure is 13.9 psi. Temperature 74.4.
Sounds great. Thanks, Victor.
Houston integrity for Nat Geo 360 camera question.
Go.
Jeremy's our expert on this, and he's unavailable at the moment. We have a little red box in the lower left corner of the display with a white X in it. Any idea what that means? And that's on the 360, the GoPro Max 360.
Checking. Integrity Houston for Nat Geo 360 camera question.
Go.
Yeah, Reed, we don't have the answer yet, but we recommend trying a power cycle. I see also your SME is back in the cabin, so if he can help, we're open to his suggestions too.
All other indications are good. I think we're good. We're going to press it. It is recording, and the red light is blinking. Time is counting, and it's in time-lapse mode, so I think it is looking good.
Sounds good to us. Thank you.
Houston, integrity for GoPro Max.
Go ahead.
For your awareness, our SME did figure it out. The battery was not fully seated. It was running off of power, so it was fine, but if for future reference, that's what that symbol means.
Nice. Thanks for letting us know. Integrity Houston for snack fill for Reed. I'll take a thumbs up if you're ready to listen.
Jenny, go ahead for snack.
Hey Reed, today you're going to be completing 2 nutrition snack fills, one after another during this DFTO. We have some notes that you can also fill some hydration snacks, but those are just for crew comfort, both if you get thirsty and if Christina or Victor need a drink while they're consuming some pills from the pill tool. So we wanted to offer it up that you can fill those hydration snacks before you are in your suit. If you want to do it as a get-ahead, if you want to do it later on, that's fine with us too.
So I can do 4 hydration snacks now, and then the regular snacks during the DFTO.
Affirm, we want to make sure the nutrition snacks are during the DFTO. Otherwise, up to you.
And Jenny, can you remind me what the snack water fill time is at this cabin pressure?
checking.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The team aboard Orion continues to set up for today's Ox Suits demo. That's Orion Crew Survival System. Those orange suits that you saw the crew launch in, those are also the ones the crew will return home in. They will be donning those or putting those on today in a rapid manner as if there were a depressurization event in the cabin. You heard Capcom Jenny Gibbons letting Commander Reed Wiseman know that they would be consuming snacks and drinks during this procedure, as well as using the pill tool. When in these Ox suits,
Reed, to fill a hydration snack at this cabin pressure, it's 45 seconds. Copy, thumbs up.
again, ahead of today's Ox suits demo, teams on the ground helping the astronauts prepare for donning those suits. And Capcom Jenny Gibbons mentioned that the crew would be taking pills. These are placebo pills, and they will be delivered through a pill stopper or a pill tool. The pill tool is inserted into a small port in the helmet. These suits are designed so that the crew could live in them for up to 6 days and live in a breathable atmosphere if the cabin were to depressurize. So during that time, if they needed to take medicine, the team has thought of everything, and they have a pill tool available for a small port on the helmet that the team could use to take medicine if needed. This is Artemis Mission Control. We are mission elapsed time 3 days, 20 hours, and 9 minutes into the flight of Artemis 2. We've just passed under 24 hours. To be exact, it's 23 hours and 14 minutes until we surpass the record set by Apollo 13 for the longest distance away from Earth. That distance was 248,655 statute miles. We'll see the crew surpass that tomorrow during their lunar flyby. Inside the cabin, the crew is preparing the spacecraft for the OX suit demo. Orion Crew Survival System Suit. That's what OX stands for. Today they will be donning their suits or getting into those suits. 2 will be doing so rapidly and 2 will be doing so at a normal pace. These suits are what the crew members wear during launch and re-entry. It's also what would protect them in the event of a depressurization in the spacecraft. They'll conduct a lot of activities while in these suits. As you can see, they're starting to pass some drink bags that they may use during that time frame. These Orion Crew Survival System suits could keep the crew member wearing it in a breathable atmosphere for up to 6 days if Orion were to depressurize. Now, this is obviously the first time that humans have ever flown aboard Orion, so the first time we've gotten the opportunity to test out these suits. So after they put on the suits, they will pressurize them, and then they will install their seats. They uninstalled their seats following arrival in their high Earth orbit. And with these suits being pressurized, that seat install would be a little more difficult. There is also a small port on the spacesuit helmet. They will practice eating and drinking through those, as well as taking placebo pills. Down on the left side of your screen, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen taking a drink of water and showing the behavior of water in a microgravity environment.
All right, Houston 4, water stacks are filled with a little bit of comedy here, and we're getting ready to settle in for the DFTO.
Houston copies.
This is a visualization of the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis II mission. You can see this for yourself at any time by visiting nasa.gov/track-Artemis. Down in the corner, you can see we are now less than 60,000 miles away from the moon. The crew reached that 2/3 mark last night. In addition to today's Ox suit demo, we are also expecting the outbound trajectory burn 3. The first two outbound trajectory correction burns were deemed not necessary by the team. We are on a good trajectory thanks to the translunar injection burn. We will be executing the OTC-3 burn today. That's slated for 10:03 p.m. Central Time, and it's a 4-second burn with a delta V of 2.7 feet per second. This will use the reaction control system thrusters on the spacecraft.
Houston integrity crew comment. The D&E locker doors are much easier to get in and out of than we experienced in the mock-up, probably because of zero-G and all that. So just a comment there. In fact, when we first got up here, we were actually saying that we might just keep them on. We have elected so far this mission to not install the nets over D&E because we are in and out of there so much, and we were able to use the CTBs themselves for foot restraints.
Great data. Thank you.
The crew is stepping into their procedures to begin the Ox suit demo, the Orion Crew Survival System demonstration. The beginning of this is just cabin configuration. That means closing the hygiene bay door, removing the bungee where their stowage has been. It also means stowing or unstowing and routing umbilicals as needed.
Data point is the D1, E1, D2, E2 doors are all identically labeled, but, well, I guess they're not, but the D1s have to go, well, D1 and E1 have to go under the seats, and D2 and E2 have to go down at the bottoms, and I think we goofed that up to start.
Oof, yeah. The IVA console's telling us about that little slot that needs to be facing nadir. Sounds like you guys got it. Thanks.
Houston integrity, another stowage note for boots. Reed took a picture, but a great way to stow the boots is behind the foot plate on seats 3 and 4 with the toes facing the seat. When you try to stow them on the clips, they do come off on their own. They just float off eventually. But stowing them behind the seat, toes facing the seat, is a great way to get them stowed efficiently and use space efficiently.
Copy all, top tip. Thanks, Christina.
Houston integrity, we would like to request that you all read up the contingency seat settings. We think that would be how we would be doing this if needed.
Copy, we're getting them ready. All right, integrity, I have your contingency seat settings required. Where do you want to start?
Seat 2 shoulder bolsters first, and then seat 1 shoulder bolsters.
Seat 2 and seat 1 shoulder bolster pit pins are in slots 17 and 18 for both.
Jenny, we'll take headrest for seats 1 and 2 next. And question, we may have missed it, but what do we do with the orb mount for the left RHC?
You'll be temp stowing the orb mount. If you want a locker location, we can get one ready for you. And the headrest post position for seats 1 and 2 are both 9.
I may be missing it, don't have a stow note location for the orb mount, so we will take one from you. Thank you.
F1 large, labeled AGA General Use Brown.
You're looking at a live view inside the Orion spacecraft named Integrity at the Artemis II crew as they are getting into their OX suits demo. OX stands for Orion Crew Survival System. These are the suits they wore during launch. They have orange suits right there. They'll also wear them during re-entry, and these would be the suits they would put on in the event of a depressurization in the spacecraft. Today's test is going to allow the crew members to don or put on their spacesuits. Two will do so at a nominal or normal pace. The other two will do so at a rapid pace. Currently, they're working on installing 3 of the seats. Once they have donned their suits or put on those suits, the crew will then install seat 3. They want to do that while the suits are pressurized to understand how they would do so in the event of a depressurization if the seats were not already installed. Once the suits pressurize, it does become more difficult for the astronauts to work in the cabin because those suits will grow.
A little feedback on the headrest settings. It wasn't clear how to set setting 9, but we like what we're seeing here, and we think that if we were in a real situation, we would press as is. I'll get a picture of the config.
You'll hear the crew call down feedback on several of the steps they have listed. Earlier, we heard good feedback on how Commander Reed Wiseman had stowed their boots. This is all to help prepare for future missions in writing procedures for astronauts who will fly around or to the moon on future Artemis flights. Again, they will be pressurizing their suits today. Those suits will be pressurized to 4.3 psi.
Copy, Christina. We're happy for you to keep going, and thank you for the photos.
Those suits will be pressurized at 4.3 psi above a 10.2 psi cabin, so they'll be experiencing 14.5 psi in total. Once this crew is in their suits and the suits are pressurized, they will need to get seated. This is a difficult task while pressurized. It may look very simple, but it can be exhausting. due to that suit being pressurized and expanded, as well as the umbilicals being connected.
Jenny, we are ready for the position to latch the leg assemblies onto the seat backs for 1 and 2.
For both seats 1 and 2, you're looking for the seat pan position. You will be putting the pit pins in position 3 and 7 for both seats.
As you can see, the crew is now installing the foot restraints for 2 of the seats. These were removed after ascent. This allows the crew more room to move about the cabin throughout the flight, but they must be reinstalled prior to entry. So with today's demo, as the crew will be getting seated while pressurized, they need to install those foot restraints.
And Jenny, we are going to leave the foot pans all the way in for now for suit on.
Copy.
we'll take shoulder bolster settings for C4.
Christina, for seat 4, the shoulder bolster pin locations are the same as the nominal, so they should be Sharpie marked for you, setting 20 and 21.
Houston, we will take headrest settings for seat 4, please.
Seat 4 headrest setting for contingency is 9, which is the same as the setting that you have nominally. And for this, just a reminder, we're looking for on the seat post, there's a little trapezoid. You want the bottom edge of that trapezoid to align with the numbers on the seat back.
And Jams, for seats 1 and 2, we, based on that call you just made, thank you for the landmarks, we think our seats are currently set to 11. Seat 1 and 2 seat back posts are at 11, and we launched that way. We're going to leave them that way for now.
Copy, and that is the launch setting. We are happy with that if you are.
Hey, Jenny, we've deployed the post, and apologies, wasn't quite ready to, turns out, absorb all those numbers. So the bottom of the trapezoid aligns with which line?
For you, Christina, it will be a setting of 9, and you can find that just on the seat back itself. It should be right beside the post for the headrest, and it's the same as your nominal launch setting. Copy, thumbs up.
All right, we're good. Thank you. any for installing the headrest. We're looking for the right Sharpie mark. Do we understand that the lower part of the headrest mounting bracket should align with the Sharpie mark on the post?
Christina, we think that sounds right, but we might be misinterpreting your words, but we think that sounds correct.
Okay. Yeah, I think we feel comfortable with it, and you did say that both of my settings were launch settings, headrest and post, correct?
Affirm, Christina, they're the same for you.
If you're just joining us, this is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Mission elapsed time, 3 days, 20 hours, and 48 minutes. However, we are on flight day 5, and a major event for today is the Ox Suits demo. This is Orion Crew Survival System suit, and if it looks like the crew is preparing the spacecraft for re-entry, they are not, but this is a necessary step ahead of donning or putting on those Ox suits. As this is the first flight of humans on the spacecraft, we're using this entire mission as a test for all systems. That includes using these suits for survival if needed. If the spacecraft were to depressurize, the crew would be able to put on their suits and have a breathable environment for up to 6 days. This is the first test of the crew putting on these suits in the microgravity environment. They will then pressurize them and get